Okay, got it. All right. I really need weatherwise to get like a multi-regional scan, so that way I don't have to keep basically changing the window over and over here. Hey, what's up, Emmanuel? I mean, that's something worth thinking about. I kind of want to run my own ship. I definitely wouldn't mind working with him, especially collaborating with him. Maybe during a stream or two, like especially during a bigger one. So, I mean, there is that. But either way, I'd love to network at the very least. If I were to go chasing, I'd probably give my info to him. Yeah. I mean, it just seems like something that would be really helpful, especially with winter storms. Because when you look at the actual scope of those, you're usually spanning more than just one radar site. Like, I kind of get it with the multi-regional scan for with the severe weather setup. But yeah, I'm open to networking with them for sure. Absolutely love Evan and his work, you know. So I'm more than so yeah. I guess I just have to put the feelers out there. I guess maybe go to X or maybe or just whatever social I can find him on. I suppose. I think I already have him followed on. Oh, let me mute that so I don't get in trouble. I was watching Brandon Kopic before the stream started here, just trying to see what he was doing. A little messy today. Yeah, I just ate a little earlier. I didn't even throw my food, get a chance to throw my plate away. Yeah. But yeah, I would love to work with Evan though. I'd be thrilled to do that. I would absolutely love that. So we'll see. We'll see what we can do with it. We'll try to run it up, make it happen. I'm still reading all the crazy takes from last night in regards to this event. A lot of people were saying that this was foolish to put that up to high risk. No, it was perfect. It was exactly what it needed to be. Sad thing is, Broyles, I don't think he's all that thrilled that it verified. Honestly, a high risk not verifying would probably be like the best thing. But what do I know? Hey, G bro. Make sure everything is up and running properly here. There we go. I'll set y'all up with music momentarily. Eh. I don't know how I feel whenever I get those big events to verify. Whenever we get these big events to verify. I mean, me personally, in regards to yesterday's threat, I mean, I wasn't all that surprised to see a high risk, but at the same time, I was. I mean, I always thought in the back of my head that it was possible, but you know, sometimes the NWS will be, or Storm Prediction Center will be a little bit more conservative on some events versus others. But clearly, they saw something, and I didn't even really get a chance to look at it on models either. And as a result, I couldn't say whether I was for or against it, but it was the right call, and that's what matters at the end of the day. And I think that information could have very well saved quite a few lives. Unfortunately, with some of the storms that we had, we all know how it goes, especially with those kinds of storms. If you're not below ground, your chances are not all that great. It's probably a hot take for some. Uh-oh, frames are dropping already. What the hell? I hope I don't have to restart this stream. Come on. Do not need this right now. It really pissed me off if I gotta do this immediately. Yeah. Like I said, it's just one of those things where it's mixed feelings. Or I just kind of have mixed feelings about it. Okay, it looks like whatever frame spike we had has gone away for now. I don't know why my computer does this. I really don't. At least it didn't do it yesterday. The biggest issue was me. I was just out of energy that whole day. Alright, everybody, make sure you're hitting that like button, by the way. We're going to get into these warnings real quick. I was still trying to set some things up here. So far, we haven't had any confirmed tornadoes since the start of the stream, obviously. We still have 2 tornado warnings as of right now. Over towards east central Lafayette, Nevada, southeastern Nevada, and northwestern Columbia counties is where our current tornado warning is, over towards Arkansas. This one's moving at about 45, and it's radar indicated as well. They're probably going to update this warning pretty soon. And then we have another one over here towards Tennessee, which it looks like it won't be long before that's allowed to expire. The need for a new radar site, and I remember Ryan Hall making mention of this last night, over towards the Tennessee Valley, is starting to increase more and more with time, because this is a popular tornado corridor as a whole, but we're starting to see more gaps, this gap becoming more and more apparent with time. It does look like so far that they're issuing a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of this, so there's not a lot of guarantee as to whether or not this ends up getting an extension with its tornado warning. We see a new polygon, but nonetheless here, does look like there is some rotation with this one as well. So we're currently sitting at 2 tornado warnings right now. Alright, let's go ahead and get some music up while we're at it. This is what I want. This is definitely not what I want to do. I'm gonna try to change up the playlist and shuffle it every once in a while. Try not to make it as monotonous. And probably increase the volume just a skosh. There. Alright. So in regards to today's threat, the corridor obviously is in familiar territory, but we're looking a little further towards the south. We're looking up towards maybe southern parts of Arkansas, maybe northeast and eastern parts of Texas, that we might see more tornadic activity. The threat further up towards the north, towards these areas that were affected. Unfortunately, we're still going to see some heavy rain here. Flooding has been occurring in some of these places, but we also have the threat for mostly large hail at this point. We had quite a bit of action today as well during the early part of the day while I was at work. But now that I'm ready to go, hopefully, now that I'm here and I'm ready to go, hopefully it'll be enough to deter these storms and scare them. Also, guys, make sure you hit that share button if it's at all possible. get some cameras set up here just in case, or at least have it on standby. So I might be looking away from chat for a couple of seconds here. If I miss your message, I apologize, and I'll catch up in a second. And then also, we do have that moderate risk for tomorrow that we need to discuss as well. So, a lot of juggling going on here. Gotta keep that radar up, though. Let's go back to this report. Just give me 1 second, folks. Hi, Mia. Hi, Elmer. Okay, let's get this back to reflectivity in the meantime. Storm looks a tad bit sloppy. Almost kind of looks like a merger is occurring, but it seems like our point of rotation hasn't changed all that much. We're just to the north of Waldo here. And don't ask the question. If anyone gets the reference, don't do it. Yeah, as far as weather reports are concerned today, it's a heck of a lot quieter than yesterday. Currently at 27 reported, confirmed tornado reports. And I believe there were more than that. Could have very easily had about 40, possibly, maybe even more. Last night was a hell of a night. Even long after I went offline, I woke up at 2 a.m. randomly. I see other guys live, and holy cow, just tornado emergencies, PDS warnings everywhere last night. It was insane. In fact, yesterday prompted so many severe warnings. It was the most that we have seen since the 2011 event. Pretty surreal to think about. I mean, you think we've had quite a few events since then that were pretty significant too, like 331 in 2023, and Rolling Fork, etc. And the fact that those events didn't have more warnings than last night was like, it's crazy to think about that. Definitely not something that you're expected to see year to year. Definitely not every day. Maybe not every 10. Maybe not even in a decade or even 2. It's crazy to think about. Okay. That reminds me, I do need to get in contact with Hazcams too, so that way we can start using those in the future. I don't think we have any cameras in Arkansas, or in southern Arkansas. Maybe towards El Dorado, possibly. Yeah, we do it in El Dorado, but that's way too far. Yeah, nothing on this storm for sure. We can try Tennessee. See if we have any better luck. You also have these new truck stop cameras that was in which those were sourced out to me by Miss Blondie. Shout out to all my mods yesterday. It's a great job by them. In case I didn't say it. Very interesting thing that I heard from some of the other weather enthusiasts yesterday about this area over here towards southern Tennessee. A little bit of a radar hole that we've got here, right along this corridor between Lewisburg and over towards Selmer. Like this little gap that's kind of popped up over here in this corridor. It's kind of hard to see anything. Trying to see if we have any sort of cameras over here. Doesn't look like I have a whole lot to work with here, it seems. Nope, no cameras. I think there's a has cam over here towards Waynesboro, but obviously we aren't cleared to use those, so we're not going to. Of course, we have to also watch over towards East Texas as well, so we'll just kind of adjust as we go here, but right now we kind of got what we got. I think the new point of rotation is towards the front flank of this storm here. Don't know if we're going to see this tornado warning continue. I think we're going to go with toward possible with the severe thunderstorm warning that we have out ahead of it. Alright, be nice if you'd stop. There you go. Yep. Yeah, I think that's the route we're going to end up going with this one. Appreciate that, Emmanuel. Catch you later. Hopefully this won't do much of anything. So I think a lot of us need a break because, again, we have that moderate risk tomorrow. The good old red Sharpie has been pulled out. I guess while it's a little slow right now, I do have some business I need to take care of on my phone, so if you could bear with me for one moment here, so I can actually pay a bill, and it's a very important bill I have to pay before the end of the night, so go ahead and knock that out, if it's at all possible. Okay, that's a bit of a problem. We'll deal with that later. Heck with it. Alright. So I guess I've done all I can do there. I guess I'm all yours now. Well, I'm definitely all yours now, folks. Yeah, sorry about that. Oh wow, so they let that expire, so now we're down to 1, and there's that extension I was waiting on. The real question is, which radar site do I use? Which gives me the best look here. So we're pretty far from Memphis now. Columbus is pretty far, or really far from Nashville. Huntsville's radar's okay, I guess, but it's like pretty much on the same point as Columbus here. Hate these radar holes, really do. Looking really high up in the atmosphere, and it's pretty cumbersome. I'm kind of interested in this storm that's a little bit behind this as well. Over towards Ripley. I think that this might have some potential too. I can actually go ahead and look at this one a little bit more clearly from Memphis versus the Columbus radar in Mississippi. Still got some maturing to do, but tail end Charlie here we need to watch. Obviously no signs of, I wouldn't say there's any real significant sign of rotation just yet. But it seems like it could ramp up. It's in the right environment. We still have a lot of instability over these regions where we're seeing these severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings right now. Alright, I guess I can put my phone back on the charger now. So that's been addressed. I'm still trying to figure out which radar sign I can go with right now. This is so frustrating. Guess since it's pretty quiet over here right now, figured I'd try to share the stream, get it out to more people. I think we're at the right radar site for now. We're just kind of working with what we got. Honestly, I really need to replace this laptop. I could tell there's something still going on in here. It's just so far away from the radar. I mean, it seems like there's still pretty clear sign of rotation over here towards Collinwood. I just can't tell what's going on. Obviously, I'm not going to be able to see a debris signature. And that's radar indicated, of course. Guess while we're at it, I guess while chat's quiet, I guess I'll go ahead and look up some model data too while I'm at it. Try to be ahead of this event tomorrow here. Okay, we'll do a poll for tomorrow. Okay, here we are. Alright, so there's a voting poll for you guys. By the way, tomorrow is at a moderate risk, so there is a good chance we will see another severe weather outbreak out of this. As we know, there are always fail parameters with any setup, so it could be a bust. There's always that chance, or it could be a big one. No two sequences are the same. I do want to also re-emphasize that too. Still kind of hard to tell what's going on here. I hate this range that we're in. Okay, that's a better look. It's a local radar that's over towards Lawrenceburg. Still not a fan, but I can see rotation a little bit better now. It's not as good as the it's not as good as these radars that we have, or the NexRad radars. That's what I'm trying to say. This is not a NexRad radar. The NexRad radars are a little bit better, but at least we have some kind of visual here. But yeah, it does have a super cellular look to it, so still pretty good cause to have a tornado warning for a while here. Oh, they did end up putting a observe tag with this tornado warning. Oops. Doing that a lot late. This is a confirmed tornado near Waynesboro. This is actually confirmed by spotters. This is gonna mainly stay over rural areas, so no specific threat to property at this point. There may be a couple of odd houses here and there though still. So if you know anyone in the path of it, you still need to take shelter. It's just really hard to see anything. But yeah, at least from CC, it doesn't look like it's carrying any debris like terribly high into the air. That circulation still looks pretty prominent, even though it's a little bit messy with these. This is why I don't really like looking at these non-X-rad radars. But we're making do with what we have. Over towards Collinwood, there's not really a whole lot there, so if that's the case, there's really not going to be any cameras where we can get visual, sadly. And there's a new tornado warning also off to the north now. This one has been around for a little bit, actually. This is for Dixon, Perry, Humphreys, and Hickman counties as well. This is located 9 miles south of Hurricane Mills. Moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This will be in Dixon within 12 minutes. This is also going to include the area between mile markers 140 and 171 on I-40. We also have Lobelville, Bonacqua, Pinewood, Prim Springs, Lisle, Nunnally, and Bucksnort involved in this warning as well. We're getting right along the edge of the Nashville radar, so I think we'll be starting to get a better picture of this soon. Make a couple edits to this stream while I'm at it, see if we can get out to more people. See if some more people can find us. what I want right there. Okay, hang on a second, y'all. Let's see if we can get back right here. Okay, there we go. Let's try that. All right. Okay. Let's see if that helps the stream a little bit. We got 3 votes. Oh, one of you picked tornadoes. We should be in good range of Nashville's radar now, so should be able to get a good look at both of these. This one looks like it's already kind of sheared out. This one looks okay. It's kind of hard to tell. There's something I want to try with this while I'm at it. Yeah, it's still spinning. A little bit more apparent now since we're closer to the radar site. Now the real issue is trying to reset this. There we go. We still have a confirmed tornado warning with this storm over here towards Waynesboro. It's a fast mover that's moving at about 55 miles an hour. This is confirmed by weather spotters, but this is, of course, heading over rural areas right now. There are some towns a little bit further out that will end up in the path of this soon, especially as we parallel State Route 240 here. This is going to probably get close to Henryville if it stays on the ground. Then after that, we have Summertown involved here. So if this sustains itself, we have Center, New Haven, Deerfield, Red Hill, and Summertown that will probably see a new polygon issued. These are very small towns, by the way, too, so definitely would urge you to take shelter. Excuse me. The storm towards Centerville looks like it's, at least in the meantime, being undercut here, and maybe could be getting interference from the southern cell, this little cell off to its south, over towards where the Lawrenceburg storm is. There's nothing really inhibiting it, so I do think this has a chance of sustaining itself for just a little longer. What was that? Oh, it's Breaded Dare. I don't know what the heck that was. as of right now, we're currently sitting at no tornado warnings. Still breaking the action here. There's a chance we could get some reactivity within re-emergence activity within the next couple hours, but it looks like we're taking a little break here. Of course, we'll be keeping an eye on the radar, but it's a much slower night. It's almost kind of surreal that we're at this point. Nah, Sid, I'm good. It's just a quiet evening. I just don't have the webcam on. I'm actually taking the time to tune my guitars. Probably can't see it. But yeah, I'm still here. But yeah, chat's kind of quiet and the weather is kind of quiet. We don't have any tornado warnings active right now. Oh wait, yeah, there is. It's just my radar's glitching. Okay, there it goes. All right. Oh, trust me, if something went wrong, I'd be the first to let you know. Trust me. Nice, nice. I would have actually went down there today, but I had to go talk to Josh, and that ended up taking a while. So there was that. Yeah, I was planning on coming down there today, but by the time I got done with that, I realized it was time to get home and prepare for this stream. And actually take a chance to rest, because last night was miserable. I was friggin' exhausted. Yeah, I know, it's just the whole thing with the new setup, because the change of change of possession. Not knocking it, but there was a few new processes I had to go through as a result. So I was trying to make sure I could clock in from my phone, just so I could make sure I have my time right, you know. Basically all that stuff. But yeah, it was kind of arduous it was a little bit arduous trying to get through that because I never could find the email that I needed, so I had to go through Josh in order to get that done. Yeah, I don't disagree with you, I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna disagree with you there, because I don't. But yeah, it's been a while since I've tuned my guitar, so I'm really just trying to chill. This still looks pretty solid, but it doesn't look... Okay, it is still observed, okay. I don't know why weather-wise was glitching like that, because at one point all my polygons had disappeared. That was actually really weird. In fact, this storm looks really good now. Looks a hell of a lot better than it did a few minutes ago. There's the rotation, pretty clear. Really strong inflow at that. So we might have some really strong, maybe even damaging ones over towards Alexander Springs. And then towards Summertown is where our circulation is right now. Alright, let's see if we can't find a camera over here. Don't think there is one over towards Lawrenceburg, at least not in the short term here. At least not in the truck stop cameras. Maybe DOT we might have better luck. Yeah, nothing there either. Yeah, nothing over towards Sharpsburg, or Lawrenceburg, I should say. I don't know why I said Sharpsburg. That's like West Virginia. Yeah, I'm tripping right now. I think my brain's still a little fried from the last setup. At least I got this guitar tuned. I'll just kind of chill with this one for now. Alright, let's go back to reflectivity. This storm's starting to look a little better. It still looks like it's battling with some outflow. You see the kind of backward C shape around where the rear flank would be. It's right. Let me draw it out for you. This little backward C shape is indicative of some outflow or some rain-cooled air that's coming in here. It's not affecting the updraft, which is here. But outflow is definitely winning the battle as a whole here. If this were to curve in the opposite direction, or this hook were to curve outward instead of inward, then we'd be looking at a good case of inflow, which means that this storm is strengthening still. So the storm is struggling, but it's holding itself together. It could still produce a tornado, but more dangerous tornado threat would occur if this were to begin to achieve some inflow dominance instead of outflow dominance. It's kind of right in the middle, I should say, actually. Hence why it can still produce. You gotta have the perfect balance of inflow and outflow. I think there's just maybe a little too much outflow. So stark comparison to this one that's over towards Mount Pleasant, where we actually have good inflow in here. You can see how we have this slot right here. There's our inflow coming in, hook is coming inward. So tight rotation occurred, and this is why we have a tornado down. still at this point in time. Here Hut late. That will be a heck of a football cadence. Here Hut late. Welcome, Isaiah. Seems your state still is angry right now, though. Yeah, you should have retracted it so I wouldn't. You wanted me to say something about it. Well, at least I'm not dead tired. I'm feeling pretty good right now. Stark comparison to yesterday. That was a rough stream for multiple reasons. Who's over here? Oh, that's Jennifer Mahan. I don't know how to pronounce her last name. I want to say it's McMahon. McMahon? Or I don't know. Or maybe it is McMahon. I don't know. So I guess Weatherwise has that rave mode too. Maybe we should make that into emoji as a joke too. The rave mode we talk about. Well, at least this circulation has passed Summertown now. No clear indication of debris, which is really good. I'll just keep on messing around for right now. Don't get. I'm just gonna. I hate to say it, but don't get excited, guys. I'm not playing anything right now. I'm actually trying to come up with something myself. Who knows? I mean, you'll probably be able to hear a little bit of what I'm doing through the mic, but I'm not plugged up, and amp is not hot. So there's that. Maybe I'll play something for you guys if the tornado warnings expire and they don't get reissued here. I do think this southern one's probably going to get reissued though, so probably not going to jump on that train. At least not yet. There's still good inflow with that one as well. This one I'm not so sure about. This one I think it could get a chance of being allowed to expire. It also could get a tornado possible tag, which means you'd still be a little bit more leery of it. Plan for tonight is probably to be live till about, I don't know, 10:30ish. We'll call it a night. Unless something, unless things really start to take off, then we're gonna be in a, I guess you would almost call that like a hot pursuit kind of case. I just wish I had the chance to rest yesterday. I would have done a little bit. I think I could have lasted a little longer during the stream. Although I don't think I would have been able to stay up past 2 a.m. No way. Let's look at this storm and see what we got out of it. Okay. Yeah, this Tunica storm we need to watch. This might do something. It's on the southern end of this little segment here of embedded cells here. This one definitely looks prominent. I think that might actually get a tornado warning before long, just based off reflectivity alone. This is going to get awfully close to that radar site towards South Haven. Yeah, there's something there too. Look at that. There's rotation. It's heading right towards the airport too. So yeah, I think they're going to issue a warning on that pretty soon. No, I didn't want to look at Jennifer McMahon. I wanted to look at the radar. Or did I accidentally click on her? Yeah, I did. Okay, that's my fault then. Alright, both of these warnings are set to expire. We'll probably see these get extended out to the east, especially that southern storm. Oh wow, all of our warnings just disappeared randomly. And that's what kind of threw me off a second ago. We had a little brief pause in our warnings completely, and then all of a sudden they all came back. Also, I find it amusing to a point how we have this set up in a way to where the sub count is actually blocking what I'm doing on the fret hand. So that way you can't see what I'm doing. It's not to troll you guys, but I'm trying to concoct the secret sauce that I can't tell anyone about, even though it's not necessarily the wisest idea to do that on stream. But during slower times like this, it's fun to do. It's fun to kind of just fiddle around. last part that I'm still trying to figure out. Alright, let's see if this somehow like refreshes it and keeps the warnings up. I don't think they are going to though. Alright, let's see. Yep, okay. I think weather-wise today is just acting kind of funky. Okay, so we still have our tornado warning. Now we have a tornado possible attack with the severe thunderstorm warning. And we still have this right here. I don't know if this ends up getting a warning or not. It had a good look for a moment. Maybe it's struggling to keep it. So a little bit of outflow on the back side of it that could come into play here. We still have a radar confirmed tornado. It's going to be heading through Columbia and Mount Pleasant right about now. This is going to miss Mount Pleasant. This is expected to most likely go through, looks like it's all the way up in here, so it's wrapped in rain too. This is just passed through Scotts Mill. This is going to head through Bigbyville in a little bit. And also, this is going to be completely rain wrapped. You're even going to see some hail out ahead of it, but there will not be any sort of calm. You're going to get a lot of heavy rain, a lot of hail, and then somewhere in there, you're going to get the tornado. Kind of hard to see what's going on there. Let me actually adjust the smoothing. Maybe I can figure something out. It's not really that much better. I'm gonna guess, if anything, it's somewhere around here. So yeah, I'm thinking Bigbyville, Broadview, maybe Hopewell and McCain might need to be on watch for this one here. Seems to be what very likely could be a rain-wrapped tornado on the way. can't think of the solo right now. Let me just focus on this. That's still a nasty looking supercell with a really nice hook on it. I think a mezzo handoff might be occurring here with this as well. Either way, it still looks like there might be something down there. It's just hard to tell on CC. It's a little messy, but kind of matches. It kind of matched where the TVS was earlier, but now it looks like it's gone again. This may drop another one though. It may just drop a whole family the way it looks right now. Might have found it. Okay. Wow. That had a heck of a hail core earlier. I think this is starting to weaken right here. I think this was going to be the first area where we would start to lose the cape. Yep, we're seeing a meso handoff with this. It took its time, but it seems like the meso is now shifted south. It's over towards Hollywood, where the strongest rotation is. As of right now, I'll go as far as to say that there is not a tornado on the ground at this point, though. Yep, and there's the proof right there. We made a severe weather statement. The tornado has now lifted, but new point of rotation right here over towards Hollywood. You can see it pretty clear right here. It's right towards this area here where we have this coming in against this here. It's broad right now. It's going to pulse in and out for a bit, and we'll see if whether or not this continues to trend upward and maybe produce yet another. This has produced, I think, a couple of tornadoes at this point now, this particular storm that we're watching now. And this has really been the most impressive storm of the stream. We had a couple other storms that were looking good earlier. This one still has tornado possible tag with its severe thunderstorm warning. Or it did. Now it looks like it's struggling even more, but it seems like it wants to try to ramp back up here. The thing about this is the wind profile towards these areas is still very good. The storm system itself has kind of stalled out a bit. If there's any good news to be had so far, it's that despite the fact that we've had more rain going over these areas and the flood threat is also very high towards this region, today hasn't been as significant in regards to heavy rainfall as what was previously anticipated. It seems like the moisture's kind of stayed off to the south here. All we can do is really hope that it stays that way. Another area I'm kind of interested in right now is Texas. Texas is relatively untapped, so I'm kind of intrigued to see how things unfold there as we get later into the evening. The window's not going to be very long for this, so at some point we're going to have a little discussion about tomorrow's threat, which is a little bit more significant. But of course we got to get through this right now first. Besides, we probably have another hour before each triple R starts loading in. It won't probably be until like 10 where we could actually start discussing tomorrow's threat. So, we'll be chilling here for a bit now. Let's go back to that tornado warning. Looks like we have a merger going on too. This can either help or hurt the storm. It doesn't look like it's really going to do it any favors, if anything. I think this rain is actually going to help undercut the storm. And when I say undercut, the rain is going to cut off the updraft here from any warm air. These thunderstorms, they feed on warm air, and if you cut that supply off, the storm starts to choke itself out. It can still be a storm, but it won't have the same kind of potential to produce severe weather like it did previously. Like if we watch this reflectivity loop here, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. See how this storm was discrete here, and it had tornado potential, also produced multiple tornadoes. Then when you see all this extra convection popping up here, it slowly but surely began to struggle. Hence how we've gotten to where we are now, where the storm has lost its tornado. But also, as a whole, it looks like the storm is starting to weaken. Earlier, a few scans ago, this had a hail core to it too, and a pretty prominent one at that. I wish I could control my radar loops like that way I could better show you what I'm talking about. See if I can pause it on the right one here, because I'm still trying to get used to weather-wise. That scan right there earlier, you can see how this storm was really discrete. How it had that little reflectivity core right there, where it was dark red and into pink color. That's where we had a hail core with it, and you can see nothing was around it. Just had the atmosphere all to itself. And then as we keep moving this forward here, look at how eventually, as this new convection began to fire off, began to run into a little bit of trouble. And you can see it's kind of looking like a little bit of a shell of its former self here. Now that being said, there still may be a window where we could see this maybe still try to produce a tornado, but I think its time is running thin. The storm merger seems like it still kind of hurt the rotation, but I don't know if this will be enough to kill off the storm as of yet. In fact, that last scan, it looks a tiny bit better. Like I said, I still think there's potential that it could drop again. We're still sitting with a radar indicated tornado, but that new area of rotation, we'll have to watch that. If this becomes more pronounced, we'll have to watch this little scan right here. I might go split screen with this just to make sure. Yeah, it looks a little suspicious, I can't lie. Yeah, it looks like a lot of noise more than anything else, but I think we'll get an update pretty soon on this polygon here, and we'll see what's what. Also, I know it's been a slow stream, but thank you guys for hitting the like button. We're at least at 10 likes, so that counts for something. Yeah, it's been kind of cycling that one. I've been watching that one on and off. I'm trying to, of course, keep focus on the tornado warning. But yeah, that one towards Memphis I've been watching. Is it still near South Haven right now, or has it passed through there yet? Because it was like right on the edge of passing through at the time. It was going to be like right on top of the radar site. It may have gone just to the east of it. It's still near Hernando. So it hasn't moved too much since the last time I looked at it. What is it? Alright, let me go ahead and check what that's looking like now. I also think there's a chance this might be back down. Could you keep an eye on this tornado warning while I check on that? I'm checking Waynesboro real quick too. Don't think that was going to do anything. Okay. There's a lot of inflow, yeah. Yes. Okay, yeah, I mean, I see it. I don't know why they're not issuing. Maybe that rotation's elevated. Yeah, it just did a meso handoff, so that doesn't surprise me at all. So it's a fresh meso that you're looking at. Hey, what's up, amputee? Oh yeah, the good old beaver's tail. Seeing that in person is kind of terrifying. I've had that happen before. It happened during my senior year in high school. When I tell you I saw that and heard the tornado siren right after, you should have seen me run. I could have been a track star. I can tell you that story if you want. Keep looking at Jennifer's tag there as a potential radar site. It's got rotation, but that CC looks so messy. That's what I've been noticing too, so I'm kind of like, I don't know if I'm ready to go on board with that or not, but yeah, I know, and I want to sound the siren. It kind of matches, but there's noise right here, and that's the only thing that's screwing me up. Like, literally, it's the only thing that's screwing me up. Yeah, because I'm literally, like, over here, like, looking at media player here, ready to hit that play button on the siren. Okay, my radar loop's not working. Okay, there it is. It took a little longer than expected. Like, I'm trying to set it into loop here to see if I see any sign of rotation, because that would be able to confirm it for me, but I still can't see it. That rotation is getting a lot stronger. It definitely needs a warning. Like, I don't know what they're doing. I think that, you know what? I'm not going to say that it's down. But I think that's a watch out alert for sure, as Ryan Hall would like to say. And as far as I'm concerned, I think that meets tornado warning criteria. I think I'm going to sound my siren. So, okay, so here we go. We're going to say for DeSoto, Marshall, Tate, Northwestern Benton, Fayette, and Shelby counties that while this isn't a tornado warning, it's very likely that we'll see one soon. It's moving northeast at 55 miles an hour. This also is capable of 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. This does have a tornado possible tag with it for now, but like I said, I would not be surprised if we get a tornado out of this possibly. There may even be one down, but it's really hard to tell based off of the correlation coefficient, but that rotation is very evident. That rotation is very clear to me, if you ask me. I mean, is there a chance that it's elevated rotation? I'm just trying to understand what's going on here. I'm going to use this radar over here, this local radar, which isn't really the best suited for that. And even then, I can still see the rotation pretty clearly. I don't even need an X-rad radar to look at that, like what I was just looking at. So that merger finally ended its streak here. I was thinking that one was going to struggle after it started merging with some of that convection off to the southwest. I figured it was going to be a destructive merger. But there's always that little brief window just before that happens where that outflow could kind of add to the potential for rotation, but always got to be sure. Let me check this one more time. Oh, that's the wrong radar site. There we go. It could come back around though. We'll still have to watch it, but they'll probably go tornado possible tag with it. Yeah, that's a heavily populated zone. That I would almost go as far as to say that's on the outskirts of Memphis. Like you can see these little smaller square areas here. Those are more populated zones. A lot more businesses out there too. So if this isn't down and they aren't warning this, that's a problem. I know that we have our issues here, but this is not helping the cause for NWS right now. If you guys are missing this, I wish I could see what's going on right here. I'm gonna try to see if I can get a camera. 89 on 13. That's 102 gate to gate if that's the case. I'm getting 74 and 39. So that's actually higher. Or 72 and 39. So I'm about 112 then. Yeah, I don't know why this has this doesn't have a warning yet. Because I know they have the same information as me. Yeah, I don't understand why they haven't called a warning on this. I wonder how understaffed Memphis might be. Yeah, I figured it would have gone to Torn Possible. So that sounds about right. Now, what's going on with this? That's my question. Like, why are we not getting a warning out on this just yet? I'm trying to understand what they're doing. Yeah, I think that meets I think it meets parameters. There's got to be a reason why. I just don't understand. We need to watch that Star City storm as well. That looks pretty good on radar, at least. It could still be battling some outflow, but for the most part, it still looks pretty dangerous in its own right. That's not how that works. Not at all, actually. In fact, if anything, later tonight, the storm threat's gonna downtrend. Should have about maybe another hour and some change before HRRR starts loading in. I'm really intrigued to see what's ahead for tomorrow's threat. I don't know all the specifics to that because I haven't had a real chance to look at weather models. Every day I'm just having to go right to the nowcast instead of looking at the future at all. All I do know is that at the end of Sunday, we'll finally be done with this storm system. I really don't think they're going to issue a warning on this. I don't know what's going on there. I guess they're thinking the rotation's elevated. That's probably my best guess at this time. Let me check something really quick. See what we're looking like for the rest of the night. This is about where we are now. I wonder who all's still alive right now. Okay. Do this right here. It looks like there's a few people still on. Well, at least Ryan's live. I'm pretty sure Evan is as well. I just can't see Evan right now. Nate Snyder and Evan are live. Okay. I was wondering for a minute. I guess they really are refusing to put a tornado warning out. Oh well. That's what it is. I mean, we've done our due diligence. Hopefully nothing touched down. That's all I can say. I'm gonna trust the experts here. I don't know if I'm not sure if I agree. I'll say that much. What happened to my warnings just now? Why is this? What? Where'd all my warnings go? Like, what? Are you serious weather-wise? There you go. Like, this is the kind of stuff I left Radar Omega for. Why are you doing this now? Got a tornado watching effect for another 3. Nothing really going on in Shreveport. Guess we can get out a split screen. Just is what it is right now. With Memphis, I just don't understand though. Now it's starting to look sloppy again, which I'm glad of. Could it be a radar artifact? I'm still just trying to rationalize this. Give this a few more minutes, and then depending on how this goes, I may end up grabbing something to eat real quick while we wait for HRRR to come in. Yeah, I think the radar might actually be a bit artifacted here. That's a crazy rotation signal right there, but it's kind of out of place. That's weird. Yeah, I think there might be something up with that radar site. I mean, I can't say for sure, but definitely looks a little odd. Maybe that's why they didn't issue a warning. 'Cause, I mean, if it was spinning that prominently, I'm pretty sure there would have been something down. Maybe they called somebody or something. It's almost impossible to know for sure. Because I sure don't have eyes on the ground with that at all. Or maybe the scans weren't lining up. There could be a bunch of different things. Alright, so here's what I'm going to do for right now. Obviously, I'm going to leave the radar running. But I'm going to see if there's something quick I can fix myself. Because obviously, we're going to be waiting on HRRR to come in so we can talk about tomorrow's forecast. Alright, you guys know the rules when it comes to eating. I'm gonna probably keep the mic away. But also, no camera because I have a hole in my tooth, so I'm chewing kind of funny. Just sausage dogs. It's pretty simple. Nothing special. Of course we are. Of course we are, Isaiah. Hi, Renita. Yeah, it does. But with HRRR about to come out and tomorrow being a moderate risk, I might as well stay on long enough to at least cover that. Also, after doing a little bit of further investigating, it seems like the Memphis radar is kind of acting a little funny. Like, because when I looked at it, there was another storm off to the west that had a strong rotation signature, but it was like on a weird part of the storm, and it was just a big pile of nothing over there. It's just a big mess of convection. So I think there might be a couple issues maybe with that Memphis radar. So I think that's probably why they never issued a tornado warning on it. Because they're like, I'm not sure if I'm trusting the radar right now. I bet you did. I saw a lot going on overnight. Dang. Jeez, I'm sorry you had to do that. I'm still waiting on HRRR to get started here. It shouldn't take too long. Or at least not too much longer, I should say. Alright. Alright, I'm fueled back up. Just a quick little, almost I would say even a snack, really, at this point. To get myself kind of set up for the rest of this stream here. It doesn't look like we can expect anything too crazy out of this setup for the rest of the night. Really, it's tomorrow that we need to talk about, and also the days after that, too. So probably about 9:15 will be the time that we start maybe going for, we'll try and start going for the discussion side of things. To look at the weather ahead. So we got enhanced, moderate, another enhanced, and a severe for Sunday. Then after that, the weather starts to calm down finally. Tell you what we might do if things continue at this pace. If we don't get a tornado warning within the next 10 minutes, maybe I'll play something. How does that sound? Yeah, we've been fiddling around on the guitar for a little bit. Okay, so at least one of you is on board. What about the rest of you? Oh, by the way, a little fun fact, we have a blizzard warning in Alaska. I mean, nothing all that surprising, but just for fun, we may go ahead and take a look at that. I haven't seen what a blizzard warning looks like yet on this app. Okay. I'll give it probably another 5 minutes. We should be good now. Alright, so there's our new severe thunderstorm warning, by the way. Up towards the north, it's mainly a hail threat at this point. If there's going to be any potential for tornadoes, it's going to be within this corridor here. And it looks like it's becoming a more localized threat by the minute. We have yet to see a severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible tag warned, or a severe thunderstorm warned storm with the tor possible tag for a while here. Yeah, I think we're getting towards the back end of this event here. Alright, so we'll give this about 3 minutes. So we got about 3 minutes, so about 8:50, 8:51-ish is when we'll go full send on the guitar here. That's what that is connected to that one. All right. Happy that. I'm glad you want to see that, Christine. We're waiting. I'm still waiting on that. Haven't seen even 1 hour rolling on it just yet. Nope, still nothing. Been a little while since we've done this. It seems like that's going to be a trend all week. At least from GFS. Definitely seems that way too. Yeah, just thankfully the threat area is off to your west. The forcing seems to be best there, and I think that's what your limiting factor is. Yeah, OOZ is not loaded yet. Alright, let's go ahead and get set up here. Okay, let's do this. Let me adjust the volume here before I get started. Yeah, Cape's reaching all over. That's not going to be an issue. Instability is definitely not going to be an issue. I'm going to try 3. 2, maybe 3. Hang on, I'm just trying to do a volume check before we start this here. Yeah, the warm sector is not an issue. The moist sector is not an issue. Instabilities, like thermodynamically speaking, I would almost go as far as to say this whole weekend has been nothing more than an extended outbreak, nothing short of it. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Wrong one. Alright. Okay, so here we go. This room's a little messy. We got to get some laundry done here, but washer's not in the best shape right now. Okay, so you should be able to see everything now that I'm doing. Move this out of the way too. Like I said, room's in rough shape. Anyway, though, let's go ahead and do this. It kind of busted. Not really, though. It was kind of a conditional day. I think a lot of it happened earlier, though. Yeah, it wasn't a big day, though. That seems to be more like tomorrow. Barely hear myself over this. Yo. I can't even hear my... Can I even hear my guitar right now? What's going on here? I can't hear my guitar anymore. What's going on? Aw, man. I can't even hear my guitar at all. What the heck, man? Volume's up and everything. What's going on, dude? Could y'all hear me? No, I could hear it earlier. That's the weird part. I could hear it just fine. And then all of a sudden, right after the interlude happened, gone. Just nothing. I'm like it's really low on my end. Why is that? Now I can hear it. Why is this so quiet? Why did it get so quiet though? I could hear it just fine earlier when I was playing, like at the start. It was good. Yeah, I don't know what was going on there. Alright, well, let's see if HRRR is starting to load at least. I hope I was playing half decent, because I could barely hear what I was doing. I feel like at least the first part I was doing alright. This part right here. Well, at least it sounded alright. I've never been able to really figure out how to like get a template for like this live setup here. So I also would love to do more of this too. I actually have a second channel where I do guitar covers. And that's actually what this was that you heard me do. That was a guitar cover for a band called Bellacore. That was their song. That song is called Aspect. It's been a staple on the channel for pretty much as long as I've been streaming. But yeah, I do have a second channel. I think it's metal. I think it's exclamation point metal. I wonder if anyone knew that riff I just played then though was. Any metalheads in the chat, do you know it? Because it's a song that came out last year. I guess I better change the camera back to the way I had it before. Thanks. I'm supposed to be putting a new cover out there soon. If the severe weather can calm down, I'd love to do it. I really have like a couple in the chamber along with something else. Also, for you members, this might sound familiar. Let me see if I can do this real quick. Because HRRR still is not loading yet. Hey, what's up, voice? Ah. Yeah, I like instrumental metal a lot too. I mean, I love the vocals of today's music and yesterday's metal as well. But I've really grown to enjoy instrumentals as well. I've gained more appreciation through doing things on this channel in particular. But yeah, I mostly do instrumental covers to try to avoid copyright, but you know. But anyway, for the channel members, well, actually, I'll do one that's pretty familiar to all of you. Here's a little secret. Anyone know what that is? Wrong answers only. Yeah, wrong answers only. No, wrong answers only. Wrong answers only. And then here's another one. Oops, I can't even remember my own song. Okay, HRRR's actually started a lot. I just need to refresh my screen. We're 10 hours in, so we're not past the typical run. Nice, nice, nice. Maybe I should start clipping some of those Weather Nerd 101 videos. I know I need to start making more of those. I just gotta find the time. If if we could just have the severe weather slow down just a little bit, just maybe a little bit. Nice. Alright, so we're gonna pull up the screen that I'm looking at now so that way you can see what's going on. I'll still have the radar on the bottom left of the screen, but it's probably not gonna be all that prevalent anymore. In fact, they just downgraded today now to a slight risk. Yeah, I mean, there's not many of us. I mean, a lot of people don't find the weather to be that important, sadly, which is kind of crazy. At least to us it is for sure. And I mean, nothing against them for it, but when the sky seems to be falling down or spinning to them, then they want to talk to us. But hey, it is what it is. But this is where we're at for tonight now. Tornado risk has been downgraded. Only thing that hasn't really been downgraded tonight is the hail threat. We can expect some hail overnight, especially out towards the western half of this risk. That's really about it. I wouldn't rule out the chance of a tornado, but I think the chances for tonight are dropping off. Now, the elephant in the room, of course, it's this. Uh-oh. You guys can't see it. Crap. Start over again. So, this is what we have tonight. Tornado risk has been downgraded from the 10% hatch to a 5%, so threat is dropping off. The hail threat is the dominant threat here. We could still see some hail, in particular off towards the west, I would say. Anywhere west of Arkansas, like, not Arkansas, but Little Rock. Jesus. Anywhere west of Little Rock, I would be watching. Memphis, Jackson might have maybe an isolated severe storm or two overnight, but I wouldn't expect much. Yep, that's the day one outlook. So yeah, they downgraded to a slight risk now. Greatest risk is the hail threat. Yeah, it was kind of to be expected. This, however, is the elephant in the room. We have the moderate risk in effect here. And it is tornado driven. This is in slightly familiar areas, but not quite as familiar. But Little Rock is involved in this slight risk as well. So any folks in Arkansas here that happen to be in the chat, definitely need to be paying attention once again, unfortunately. That 10% hatch risk is also in very familiar areas as well. Fayetteville, Jonesboro, once again. Ha. 6 shirt. I will. Yeah. I just didn't come out of it today after work, so I just said, you know. Yeah, the question is, can he get off work? We just need, Will's one of my coworkers, by the way, guys. Has anyone ever seen a 45? I have. I don't know if Rolling Fork was one, but, you pay attention to a cloud. Hey, that's a humble way of putting it, yeah. You pay attention to a cloud or two. You think the last one was 2021? Then that must have been Mayfield. No, it wasn't. It couldn't have been. Because I think only 45 is associated with high risk. Yeah. I think we did have a high risk in 21 though. I think it was that one that ended up being a bust. Yeah, Rolling Fork and Mayfield were moderate, so no, it wasn't that. When was the last time I saw a 45? I don't know if it was in... I know it's been after 2013. Obviously, I've been a weather nerd for far longer than I've been on YouTube. But yeah, I think that bust was a 45er. And then I wonder, was Rochelle a high risk? Anyway, yeah, I've seen a 45. There actually has been one time where it's even gone up to a 60. That was very early on in my weather days. I think it was like 2006. I think it was actually in Tennessee too, of all places. A lot of people don't expect Tennessee to be a hotbed, but as you've seen from this week, they can be a tornado magnet. Just, I mean, anywhere really can, but a lot of people don't know the history that Tennessee has in particular. They've had F5s over there before even, so that should tell you everything you need to know about that place. In fact, they have arguably one of the most unknown F5s to ever occur. But anyways, back to tomorrow, which is the main piece of business we have in front of us. Anywhere off to the east of Dallas or maybe to the southeast of Tulsa, we're going to have to watch real closely. That's a tornado threat for tomorrow. Wind threats, marginal, I would say. I mean, you have the slight risk parameters, but I do think this might get an upgrade. Hail threat's pretty high as well. We have our hatched risk as well in our 30% area within that enhanced and moderate risk region. Then we have our secondary area over here where we have the hatched risk. So we could see hail greater than 2 inches diameter. It seems pretty likely at this point. That might be a voting poll we make for tomorrow. And then, I mean, we still got the other days to cover too. I mean, we have Saturday as an enhanced risk over here towards another very familiar area. We have the Delta involved in it. We have Memphis right on the edge of that enhanced risk on the map here. If you're going by the 25-mile rule, then they are indeed in it. Same with Little Rock as well. And then the slight risk goes all the way up into the Ohio River Valley once again. So busy times. There is a hatched risk with this already on the probabilistic outlook. By tomorrow, we should have a good idea of what those hazard types will be. We will go over that tonight in relatively in moderate detail, I'd say. Obviously, we don't have the convectives at our fingertips right now, so it's gonna be a little tougher to nail things down. Not impossible though. Then day 4, it's our final threat right here. Not looking great for the two guys we had from head. Oh, well, I can give them a look at or I can let you see just what could be ahead here on, because we do have simulated radar we can look at for tomorrow. From what I saw in the last few model runs, though, it does look like it's pretty busy. The latest one is going to be coming in just a little bit here. I'm just trying to let it progress a little further. And then, actually, well, this one's for us. This is on Sunday. You can see right here for our area, we have a slight risk in effect here. Obviously, at this range, I'm not able to tell exactly which hazard we're going to be dealing with. I would lean more towards wind or maybe hail right now. I'm not going to rule out tornadoes at this point, though. So, definitely going to need to pay attention to the weather on Sunday. And then after that point, this is what I've been waiting to see right here. Potential too low. We're almost going on a week straight of live streams here and live discussions. So the fact that we're finally getting a little reprieve here, it's a beautiful thing. However, this is going to dramatically impact our weather in another way, though. Like, for example, in my area, we had a record high today. We went all the way up to 85. I'm going to show you guys next week, but don't get upset with me. That's all I'm going to say. Because we might be going from one extreme to the other. Alright, so we're about 20 hours in. We need just a little bit more. So the only things I can really do right now, and hopefully this will continue to progress as we go through this discussion here. I'm hoping, oh wait, before I do that, I know what I can do. I can show you what I can show you, Will, exactly what they could be dealing with as they're flying back to Dallas. Alright, Torex, it's no worries. In fact, I could actually get up close and personal. If you want, you can clip this and send it to him if you want as well, Will. Okay. So right now, things aren't looking too bad. It's really as we get later into the evening where things kind of ramp back up. I still think they have a good window, though. In fact, that doesn't look all that bad at all. I think over towards Dallas, they got a good shot if they get in before 7. And even after 7, it's just a bunch of smaller cells. Still some convection, still could be a problem nonetheless, but it doesn't really look bad throughout the day. So I mean, they'll probably deal with some turbulence in the worst case scenario, but outside of that, I wouldn't expect too much. As far as the storm threat goes, they should be good. In fact, I can probably get an idea of what the upper level winds are like too by looking at this. I mean, with that storm system still set to go through, I mean, the winds are probably still going to be really strong. Yeah, they're going to deal with a little bit of turbulence. Because there is going to be a good bit of wind shear over the area, especially in the upper levels. I can see that translating down towards the surface, especially as I look through this mid-level map. Yeah, definitely potential for some turbulence. They might get thrown around a little bit, but should be okay. Pilot should be more than competent enough to handle it, I would say still. But yeah, it's gonna be windy. See you, Ryan Hall. Jeez. So, that's a good comparison, though, in a way. Considering he's the internet's weatherman, and I'm just me. So I'll take that. But yeah, just tell them that maybe expect some turbulence, possibly. Hopefully you don't get it. And maybe pockets of showers. Some thunderstorm activity is possible, but as far as rain is concerned, I wouldn't expect a whole lot out of that. Severe weather threat's going to be overnight towards Texas. So, to the head honchos over there that are flying back to headquarters, I wish them a safe trip. Alright, so we're at 23 hours now. We just need a little bit more. Because I get the feeling that the threat's going to be like mid-afternoon heading into the overnight hours probably. Also, since we're starting to look at the models now, I have to end the voting poll. No cheating. There will be no cheating today. I might as well unpin my message because I already fixed that food. Alright. Yeah, I'll probably get seconds after this stream is over. Alright. So I guess while I wait here, I guess I'll set up GFS as well. Or better yet, I'm going to talk about the changes that we're going to see as a result of the end of this storm system here. And some of you are not going to be happy, I'm not going to lie. We're not going to look at the jet stream though, we're just going to get right to the business at hand here. When it comes to severe weather setups, I have like a little sequence or process that I go through. It's a certain sequence of models that I always will do. That's one thing you'll find, especially as you're a regular of the channel. We'll see about that. I'm like, I wouldn't get your hopes up, that's for sure. I wouldn't get your hopes up. Depends on where you live. But you can obviously tell where the warm sector is for our severe weather events. I mean, just look at that. And then your Saturday, Sunday. Then after that, cold air starts to flirt with us a bit. And then here it comes as we head into Tuesday. Tuesday morning it's kind of cold, but we recover pretty nicely throughout the day. Then here comes our wintry system. Your surface temperatures, Emmanuel, you seem like you're going to be in the mid to upper 30s, so you might not even get snowflakes Depends on the weather model you end up looking at. Here it comes on the back side of that. Yeah, and you end up going back up, so. And then here is where things kind of get a little bit interesting for the deep south. We kind of go from one extreme to the other. We get into 60s and 70s, but we're having some pretty chilly mornings here. A few days earlier when I was looking at these weather models, it was getting kind of extreme here in regards to below average temperature quantities, but looks like it's not going to be the worst thing in the world. We have a new warm sector that looks like it builds in towards the middle part of the month. I think that's in large part due to the ridge that I'm expecting to come in as well. But I don't think that ridge is going to be as long lasting as what I was seeing towards the very beginning of the month or towards the end of March. Speaking of which, I didn't even get a chance to do the final April outlook. I might upload that in the morning. Or I might wait until Monday. I know it's obviously going to be a few days late, but hey, we're doing the best that we can. Okay, let's see. How far along have we gotten with HRRR? Only 3 hours. My goodness, hurry up. I need this to hurry so we can get this moving here. Alright. Quick look at the radar here. Wow, yeah, I think our severe threat's legitimately done now, for sure. So, nothing to worry about there. I forgot that was still on. Let me go ahead and turn that off, or mute that. Lean that up against the bed, and we'll get back close. Alright, so I guess now we're gonna go ahead and yeah, I don't think you guys have great snow chances. I'm just gonna be honest with you. There are some weather models that might give you a little bit more favor, but based off that last trend from the dinner time models, it's not looking great. Anyway, let's go back. Alright, let's go ahead and try and see what we can find for tomorrow. I think we might have enough of a time frame here. I'm hoping that this doesn't extend past 11 p.m. tomorrow. If it does, then we're just gonna try to play it by ear and go. Alright. So this is the process that I was talking about. I look at the wind profiles of all levels of the atmosphere that I can, especially as we get towards close range here. Typically in a video, I start with a 500 and kind of work my way down, which is what we're going to be doing here. And this is our trough. This has been our troublemaker for the last few days. You can see we get another reinforcing shot here from this trough, and we get a little bit of movement out of this as well before it kind of stalls out again. As a result, though, you can even kind of see a little bit of shortwave activity towards the upper levels of the atmosphere. It's going to really start to confirm itself more as we get towards the mid levels, but you can see it here. By the time we would get towards about maybe 4 or 5 o'clock, it looks like that's when things really begin to kick off here. So between 4 and 6 o'clock Eastern, or 3 and 5 o'clock Central, is when the show really gets started here. See a couple of different short waves. I think the most prominent one, of course, is over towards northwest and central parts of Arkansas. And this threat will linger, of course, into the evening. Then, of course, we'll be watching, of course, for, well, I said, of course, like 3 or 4 times. But we'll be then looking at Saturday, and obviously we're still waiting for those hours to load in. But if we go ahead and look at 700 hours here, and we just jump right ahead to, I would say, 2021Z, which is about the time frame where we started seeing those short waves come in. They actually look like they start a little bit early, but the most prominent ones really look like they kick in right around that time frame that we mentioned earlier, 22Z. So, like I said, between 3 and 5 seems to be our time of storm initiation, storm development. And then we see an increase in activity as we get later into the evening. This does look like it has the potential to sustain itself into the overnight hours. It really just depends on the thermodynamics. The warm sector, the moist sector, all of that is going to play a big part into how long this threat ends up lasting. Kinematically, though, it still looks like we're pretty dangerous here. Alright, so let's move to the low-level jet. This is our tornado fuel right here. And we do have a nice little pocket of low-level jet towards this region. And it matches perfectly with where that moderate risk is issued as well. So to put it in perspective for you, these areas, like any of these areas even, right about at 20 knots or more is usually going to be sufficient when it comes to tornado genesis. I actually would say it's 30, but I've seen it happen at like 20, 25. So that's about, I would say, the bare minimum. Once you get above 30, getting into 40, that's when you start paying extra close attention. So that's your evidence that the wind profile is good across the board here, or at least in the lower levels of the atmosphere. We continue to go forward here. You can see that the low-level jet, of course, intensifies as we get later into the evening. That's a common thing. Now, based off of this, it's pretty clear that the wind profile is more than sufficient to support tornadoes and all forms of severe weather. Now, the thing about this, that storm rearranged or reorganized. We'll see. We'll give it a... Oh, okay. Alright, we'll watch it. Rearranged. Rearranged. That might be a meme. We rearranged... That storm rearranged itself. That storm rearranged over Jackson. Let's hope it does not rearrange Jackson. Yeah, I can kind of tell just looking at the hook, but it's still a hook nonetheless. If it gets a severe thunderstorm attack with a toward possible attack, wouldn't surprise me, but something tells me that it will have a hard time sustaining this. I think there's still enough instability to help it along, though. That next scan looked better. But let's go back to this and try to run through this as quick as we can before something crazy does end up happening. Okay. So here's our low-level jet for Friday night. Eventually it slows down as we get into Saturday. Then we get our reinforcing setup over here once again. You can already kind of see it coming in, even though we still have more hours to go on here. But pretty clear signal to me that severe weather potential is going to be on the rise once again for Saturday, hence the enhanced risk that we have here. So let's go ahead, go back to Friday, and take a look at our warm sector here. So here is the moisture that we're dealing with. Hi, Makavet. Oh, you had some hail today. Nice. You've been saying that it's been boring over here. In the valley to your east, that thunder snow. Well, sounds like it's been pretty busy over there. Glad glad you're getting some interesting weather. I've been so busy with severe weather I can't even think straight. This is the 5th day in a row that I've been streaming. Here's our moist sector though, and as you can see, no problems. In fact, this is the most saturated I've seen an environment in a while. No, because I'm also working, Makabet. So that's the problem. I'm not getting much rest. But yeah, you can see abundant dew points into the lower 70s here. Up mid 60s are usually sufficient enough. So environments got plenty of moisture, we have plenty of instability, and we also have plenty of lift. Or we also have plenty of moisture, we also have plenty of lift, we have plenty of shear. The last parameter we need to check is actually instability, so I got it a little mixed up there. Let you know I'm tired, that's for sure. Oh boy, and I already have an idea of what this is going to look like, given all the other parameters that we were seeing. So, all I got to tell you is, if you see anything brighter than the blue, that should tell you all you need to know. And, well, there you go. That's just symbolic of a very unstable environment. In fact, look at this right here, 4,000 joules per kilogram. Man, this is gonna be a long day tomorrow if this ends up verifying. It's a really good looking sounding right here. Voice, I remember you talking about wanting to learn a little bit more about SKUTs. I'm gonna go back a few hours because I think I saw you ask Torex a question a few days ago on Discord about the sounding and how you were looking, and like there were. So I'm gonna put you on game with that. What Torex was showing you, it was called a loaded gun sounding. Ah, I thought I got it. Daggone carpet beetle was bothering me. I don't know if I killed it or not. Nope. Yeah, I got it now. Yeah, he's dead. Caught it. Yeah, you were looking at the LFC and LCL. Okay, so with loaded gun soundings, what Torex was trying to do is he was trying to look beforehand. So when you're looking at an environment beforehand, before an event gets started, he's looking at the environment kind of like this. In this case, the LFC and LCL are low, but that doesn't always have to be the case. So I'm trying to go back and give a good example. But this environment's active pretty much from morning all the way onward. But there is some inhibition here. You can tell that based off of what you're seeing on the screen. But here's a good look at what's going on here. LFC is a little high, but not all that bad. Storm cloud bases are going to be very low, but I mean, if you look at the dew point versus the surface temperature, like I said, the closer that those two are, the lower the cloud bases will tend to be. But yeah, you see that little zipper, there's your cap right there. Now watch what happens if we go to about 18 hours out. Watch this. That cap starts to break. If you look at that instability right there, that's starting to surge at that point. The only thing that's really limiting with this is the lapse rates, but as a whole here, you see the surface temperature at 80 degrees, dew point is at 74, so you're going to be swimming in the moisture, figuratively and maybe even literally. I hope that doesn't end up being the case, though. But surface temperature is good. We have relatively good wind shear from the 0 to 1 range. Not the craziest hodiograph I've seen. That loop is pretty solid, though, nonetheless. If I were to go ahead and move this a little bit further along, though, watch this. Whenever you see that 0 to 1 kind of riding up the x-axis there, and the 0 to 3 kind of doing the same thing, kind of looping like that, that is usually a sign of trouble. I can tell you that a lot of what we saw yesterday had soundings just like this. A little bit later, we're going to take a look at our best soundings, but yeah, that pretty much is all you need to know, is just by looking at that hodiograph right there. It's an environment that's favorable for supercells and tornadoes alike. And this is over towards southeastern Arkansas. Even towards Jonesboro, we can look at that sounding. Here you go. It's another really good example there. Low cloud bases, dew points and surface temperatures are very close. Lapse rates are kind of subpar. But you can actually even see that the significant tornado parameter is pretty high. We actually have a 6 on this sounding alone. And that sounding, and the STP goes up past 10. So the fact that we're already past a 5 says a lot. Thankfully, as we get later into the evening, the instability does drop off, but we still have enough to keep things going for later into the evening. Given the kinematics, that still could lead to some trouble. So, depending on if we get a mesoscale or MCS to come through, that could be the determining factor here. Because if we can somehow limit this air mass recovery that could occur, could be another long day. Then as we get into the following day, look what ends up happening. We get more instability. So, alright, let's go ahead and now take a look at our lapse rates. And you'll kind of get a little bit of an idea of what I'm talking about. Lapse rates aren't everything when it comes to severe weather, but they do help. The steeper the lapse rates over the right environment can help aid in tornado genesis. And like I said, the lapse rates are not the most incredible that I've seen. Anywhere where you start seeing the blues, those are the steeper lapse rates where we get to about a 7 or beyond here. Usually with these, you end up seeing a little bit more dry air being introduced as well. But there's got to be a balance, of course, with those storms. You need the moisture, but you need a little bit of mixing to occur. And this is why we often look at these lapse rates. But from what you see here, not a whole lot to work with. I'm going to try to show an example of why looking at lapse rates and clicking on soundings is kind of a pitfall. This is a great example here. Good wind shear, heck of a lot of inhibition, not going to be all that suitable for severe storms and tornadoes as a whole. But look at the lapse rates. 7.3, 6.8, 7.4. The surface lapse rates are horrible at this point though. So there you go. So yeah, if you're going to look for soundings, don't do them on lapse rates. Always go with, if you really want a good hodiograph, then just cheat and use the surface-based cape and hodiographs. Why are my polygons not showing up? Is there any reason why that is? Outflow is usually the biggest reason. This isn't updating for whatever reason. Okay, there it is. It's just really slow. Live training. Mergers can make it change direction too, but usually the biggest thing that you would come to find is outflow, that change in outflow. Sometimes outflow, and then sometimes this actually looks like a good case of constructive interference. So make sure there's no more of these jokers I gotta kill. But yeah, usually I look more for outflow than I do change in direction, but it can happen. Especially as that storm's in that weird phase where it's trying to kind of reclaim its identity. Oh, so that's what, 2-inch hail now? So lime size hail is like, I think 2 inches if I remember correctly. All right. Yeah, live training. I don't know if that'll be enough, but I'll give it a shot though, amputee. I do hear what you're saying. I haven't heard the term lime size in forever. So hey, that's actually a sig hail then, technically. Yeah, because that's just 2 inches considered significant hail, so that's probably considerable tack. If you do get hail, hopefully you can take a picture safely, or grab one. Probably going to be a small area where that ends up being issued. Okay, yep. All right, so then that confirms that then. All right, so let's get on to the next thing here. Let's look over towards Little Rock and get an idea of what we might have here. This is a good sounding right here. My goal at the end of the day is to try to make this as easy to understand for people as possible, because I think when you just go ahead and show them a hodograph, it intimidates people. But if anyone's actually like interested and wants to learn about it, it's not as hard as you might think. It's not. I mean, it takes time. You're gonna have to put in the work, and depending on the person, they may not be willing to. But for me, I want to try to educate people to a point to where not only could they maybe get past storm anxiety, but they might find a future career path in this. Because the pathway's open, you just have to do the work. That's really just all there is to it. Okay, so this actually looks like an evening threat, so there's some good news to be had there. The overnight threat, it looks like the wind profile isn't as favorable. Nah, the ordinary dude. I mean, I am an ordinary guy at the end of the day. Nothing special. Very simple person, truthfully. I just like metal. That's it. That's literally the only thing. I just like metal. And really, that's not even a thing. Or it shouldn't be. But we all know how people feel about that. So, it is what it is. Hey, we're finally in range of Tuesday now. And you know, it doesn't look as bad though. Now let me pause this so that way I can get a look. Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. Come on now. Has it already moved past Jackson? Wait, where is it? Oh, okay, there it is. I was like, wait, what happened to my storm? I thought I was looking at the right spot. Oh, wow. Okay, I'm actually going to look at velocity for this for a minute so I can get an idea of what we're dealing with in regards to rotation. Wait a minute, Will, you're a metalhead? I didn't know that. Why didn't you tell me? didn't you tell me? Lamb of God, Nopeth? Oh man, that is a good lineup right there. And I've yet to see either of them. I saw that Opeth came into town last year, but I couldn't afford the ticket. It was way too much for me. It's like over $100. Oh, that was your most recent concert? Nice. I'm trying to go see Trivium in May, if it's at all possible. Shoot, I may go see, depending on how the weather pattern is, I may try to see if I can sneak out and go see Arch Enemy and Fit for an Autopsy. They really are. They really are. Not mean until you cross them wrong. Hey, MX Rug. But yeah, if I wasn't wearing the shirt right now, I probably would be wearing one of my band tees. You can ask any of the regulars on here. More often than not, I'm wearing a band tee. Usually my favorite bands. There's nothing wrong with that. Listen, you can like metal, you can not like metal. I'm not going to treat you any differently because of what you prefer. That's the one thing about me. I'm as chill as can be. I mean, I like my style of music just like you like yours. But yeah, Masquerade is. I wonder if you were at the old Masquerade or the new one. Because unfortunately, I only got to see one show at the old Masquerade. I would have loved to have been to more. I only got to see Trivium and Sabaton in 2016. There's nothing wrong with Styx. Yeah, you definitely saw the old Masquerade. I'm somewhat jealous. I wonder what it would have been like back then. I don't know why I got that vibe from you, but that pretty much confirmed it for me. Sabaton honestly should. Same with Iron Maiden. Yeah, I remember the only concert that I went to at the old Masquerade was in Heaven. Yeah, I remember feeling the floor shake. Yeah, it was really something. Still sad to see it go. It was sacred ground to all of us around the Atlanta metro. It was sacred ground. Okay, let's keep this moving here. I don't want to stay up too late, and I want to make sure that if there is a tornado warning, that we're able to just put our full attention towards it. It's going to be kind of hard, though, considering how much time we have left in this discussion still. What I'm seeing on Saturday, though, it doesn't look quite as bad in regards to instability. Wind profiles are still pretty good, though. I think that Saturday might have more of a hail threat than a tornado threat, mainly due to the lack of thermos. But we'll have to see what happens with it. Let me go ahead and look at a couple of other things here. Uh-oh. Good luck to you, Makabet. It shouldn't be too bad, though. I'm pretty sure you know what you're doing. Okay, so here's the bulk shear for tomorrow. This is the bulk shear on Saturday. We have some decent parameters. I think this is going to be in more of a linear mode, so I think that Saturday damaging wind threat probably starts to take over now. Maybe we'll get some embedded supercells with it as well, based off what I'm seeing. The loops on the hodiograph also can tell, like the shape of this hodiograph here, which is what I'm looking at on this screen. This sometimes can give you an idea of the not only the storm vector and not only the wind profile, but sometimes the shape of the storm as a whole here. You can see that classic loop that I was talking about earlier. But once you get towards this level, how the winds kind of keep on veering off like this, that doesn't necessarily help the storm A, but also I do think we might have somewhat of a linear mode mixed in. If we have any case of over-convection, or crapvection as we call it, then we have a situation in which these storms might end up smothering each other too. So that could be a thing as well. So Saturday is kind of interesting. I'm not thinking that it's going to be a high-end day. I don't think it goes beyond an enhanced risk as of right now. Then again, I wasn't sure if yesterday would ended up being a high risk. I thought it was possible, but I couldn't confirm that. And, well, we saw what happened. We definitely saw what happened. Yeah, it definitely looks like there's something to watch over here. There's good low-level winds. Alright, well, have a good night, man. I'll try and catch you guys tomorrow if I can. Hopefully tomorrow doesn't jump off too early, though. It does kind of look like it might. If I can, I'll definitely try to catch you all Monday. Yeah, we all got to be up bright and early here, so that's why I usually can't go. I can't go live for too long. Like I can't go into like 1-2 a.m. All right, well, see you tomorrow. I'll probably see you tomorrow. I'll probably end up being able to see you tomorrow, unless they give me some crazy route. If they give you some crazy route, I'm screwed. At least I won't have to share the car tomorrow. You're gonna be in Memphis? Nice. Oh, you have coffees and water? Josh is gonna have Chick-fil-A biscuits for the aeration cruise, so I'm probably gonna sneak up there in the afternoon. But yeah, Josh usually gives us Chick-fil-A biscuits on Friday. If he doesn't, I'm heading right over. Yeah, Josh is pretty cool, man. Yeah, definitely in the top 3 bosses that I've had, maybe the top. Well, then again, if you worked at a pizza joint and boss man let you have a beer every once in a while, that's kind of hard to beat it. But yeah, I have a lot of respect for Josh too. Good guy. He's popped in on stream before too. What do you know about mod, Isaiah? It's funny that you mentioned it, because that's actually the pizza joint that I worked at for nearly 2 years. I can't believe you made mention of that. That's crazy. Oh yeah, if you oh yeah, you. I forgot that you lived on the west. Yeah, that's actually the birthplace of it. Was in Seattle, if I remember correctly. Yeah, mod is. Well, over here it used to be good, but I think it was the crew that I was on. Ever since I left, they seem like they've fallen apart a little bit. Oh yeah, I guess I did tell you about it. Everything's kind of blurring together. Oh, so your name's Josh Amputee? I didn't know that. But yeah, Josh, like, I'm not gonna mention his last name on here. I don't want any of you stalking him. Then I'm gonna have to hurt you. Godfather's is all right. I haven't had them in a long time. But yeah, I can't give my boss's last name out here. I'm gonna keep my boss's privacy safe. If y'all try to do something, I'm gonna have to hurt you. I'm gonna sick all the aeration crew on you, and I don't think you want that smoke, man. Don't think you want that smoke. Nah, we're pretty chill people for the most part. We are pretty chill. I think you'd actually have to really try hard to get everybody riled up to do something bad. And again, you never know. I swear I know nothing about people's identity. I'm still not gonna say it because internet. I will not say it because of internet. But alright. So we've gone over Friday and we've gone over Saturday. Let's go ahead and get into Sunday here. Yeah, I know you're nosy behind what, Isaiah. Yeah. But no, my boss is actually really cool, and I wouldn't want to put him in a position like that. I'm disappointed in you, Torex. I'm disappointed in you. Oh, it's a joke. But I know Baconator would do it. Dang, voice. I didn't know it was like that, man. It's all good though. Like I said, don't judge you. I've worked with a few people who've done time. Has it gone through your area yet, Isaiah? Okay, so I can already see signs of our storm system developing early on Sunday, so it does look like it's an early day threat. By the time we get towards the evening hours, it's already gone. There may be a remnant threat for the Carolinas on Monday. By the time we get into the evening hours, it clears out. There's a lime on your desk. I would actually like a lime. I actually used to like limes as a kid. And I used to no sell lemons and limes too. Like, people used to look at me crazy. Like, I used to not like quench up and do a little pucker face. Like, it just didn't bother me. It still, for the most part, it still doesn't. Unfortunately, all that stuff's not too good for your teeth, so I can't really mess around with it anymore. But yeah, I love citrus. I love me some fruit. Love me some fruit. Alright, can confirm. It looks like we get that line of storms to fire pretty early in the day. So by the time we get towards noon, it looks like Birmingham, maybe Northwest Georgia gets into the action there. And then eventually we get Atlanta to get into the action probably by mid to late afternoon. By the time we get into the evening overnight hours, the worst of it is over. Alright, so let's go ahead, look at the low-level jet. Get an idea of what Sunday looks like and Monday as well. Because I do think there might be a subsequent remnant threat for Monday. Okay, yeah, low-level jet definitely kind of leans into the wind event more so than anything else. Tornado threat is marginal, maybe. We might get a 5% if we're lucky. And then, of course, here is the Monday threat. It kind of looks pretty similar to Sunday, so I'm thinking at that point, once we get to Sunday, the damaging wind threat definitely becomes the dominant threat out of the bunch. And then from that point, we're good to go. So now, let's look at our thermos, and we'll finish looking at our thermos here and go from that point. Moisture is not going to be much of a problem. We've already kind of figured that out. So here's our look at instability. I would say it's marginal, but still sufficient enough nonetheless. We'll probably do a couple more looks at these as we get into the weekend, especially as we get towards Saturday. Like I said, we still have about 1,000 joules per kilogram available, especially south of the Atlanta metro. And the wind profile is sufficient, just enough to maybe get some tornadoes. It's really the thermals that are going to be the limiting factor here. Those lapse rates are not that impressive. So, not too worried. Definitely still got to be a little bit on the watchful side, because if we get any of that to mix down to the surface, it still is a problem. And then here's a Monday threat. Instability not really showing up all too well on there. So, but obviously with us looking at the global models, it can be a little bit variable. And then after that, we're done. So final picture here, and then I guess we'll watch this storm pass through Isaiah's area, and I guess we'll call it a night. Also, we'll verify any potential winter weather for those of you that are curious. I don't expect there to really be a lot though. So here is Saturday. One thing I want to make mention of too is I know we've been talking a lot about the severe weather threat, but the flood threat is going to be beyond palpable here, over here towards northern parts of Arkansas and the southern parts of Missouri, and even into the Ohio River Valley region and the Midwest. These storms are going to be training over the same areas over and over the course of the rest of the weekend, really. So it's going to be a big problem. The storm system finally starts moving as we get into Sunday here. And well, and I remember, Emmanuel, you were talking about your chances of snow. Well, I'm not the best looking now, if I were to say so myself. Yeah, that seems possible. I mean, if I go back on the loops here, look at that. You get rain through the rest of the night. You get a little break, and then tomorrow afternoon it starts back up. Then from that point, it just kind of goes non-stop. Saturday night's probably the worst part. You're just kind of sitting in that yellow and orange area all throughout the evening. And that's really when it gets bad. Yeah, it's just basically, it's so stationary. It's too much rain. It honestly is. Here's our line segment forming by the time we get into Sunday. Mercifully, it finally moves in. And then we watch this clear out. We see a little bit of resurgence on Monday. And then we watch this finally move out. Really, it doesn't look like too many people are going to be getting snow in general here. And if you do even get some snow, odds are it doesn't accumulate. And for those that do get accumulation, it's going to be on the very short end of the deal. And then as we get into the future, maybe towards the northeast we may see some snow. We'll just play this model run out and see how it looks. There's our death ridge. And then eventually we start to see something else begin to come into play here. As we get towards the back end of the month, maybe we start to see a little bit of a resurgence in activity. So with that, I think I might have a shot at maybe going to that Arch Enemy concert. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Alright, so that pretty much does it for our discussion. Not too bad. It hasn't been too bad of a stream. We've been 4 hours in, not too much craziness happening. We do have one remnant or two remnant severe thunderstorm warnings, or three actually. These are good hailers at best right now, though. Nothing worrying me too much about the tornadoes in regards to a tornado threat. Isaiah, your storm is moving at 75 miles an hour. That thing is screaming off to the northeast. It's crazy that that's happening from a stationary system nonetheless. Yeah, she is screaming. It still seems like it's gonna try its luck. If that split happens, it'll slow it down. And it almost kind of looks like that's what's trying to happen. See how this northern section here is kind of splitting off. Yeah, that storm's not really matured just yet. It's on the way though, but I also think because that split is occurring. Usually immediately after a split, storms will struggle for a moment unless the environment's just perfect, which over towards your area, it's kind of not perfect. It's kind of imperfect, so I'm thinking that yeah, that's a little bit more advanced. I could go into detail with that, but that's going to take a while. I don't remember that off the top of my head, that's for sure. A lot of that has to do with some downdraft, mixing. Jeez, can't think of it right now. Like, yeah, because I'm gonna have to go. Just like how Will had to go to bed, I'm gonna have to go to bed soon myself. But I will discuss that with you really soon. Because even though I'll learn like a lot of stuff, it's not like I don't ever need to rehash or relearn certain things. And that's why having guys like you and contingents have been really like good for me over these last couple of years. Because there was stuff that I would look up, I would learn, and then for whatever reason, either because I just didn't use it much, I wouldn't retain it. Like, for example, convergence and divergence, the laws of convergence, divergence, all of that stuff. Learning how to like look them up on models per se. Early on in the channel days, I just wasn't using that, and then there you go. Yeah, I hope I can make it to MX Verge. I would love to. Or is it MX Rug? I don't know how to pronounce it. My brain's still fried from yesterday. My brain's still fried from this week. But yeah, I'm tired, guys. I'm gonna probably go to bed here. I'm gonna check one more thing though before I go. Gotta make sure this passes through Isaiah's area shortly. But also, well, since there's a few of you left, I'll let you in on a little secret. It'll be coming soon. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm going to be releasing the thing soon. We just gotta confirm one more thing with the rights, and we'll be releasing that soon. If you've been a channel regular for long enough, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And then from that point, we'll be able to play that freely without any issue or without any worry of anyone stealing it. And then down the line, I'll kind of go behind the scenes with that one too. There's a little bit of behind the scenes with that one too, along with maybe another surprise in the future. If I can get this severe weather to slow down, maybe I can finish that one up too. Yeah, the members actually get the behind the scenes. It's the members that are going to actually get that one. So, I hope you're looking forward to it. Ha! Sponsored by Radar Omega. I've been noticing today I noticed a little bit of a stability issue with weather-wise though, so I'm a little unhappy with them today. They did great yesterday. Like it did great yesterday. Today it's been a little bit more mid. But maybe, just maybe, maybe it'll get better. Maybe I need to upgrade. Maybe I need to upgrade the rig. Maybe a new workstation will help. But I definitely need to set up for that. Ha. $7. What for? It doesn't cost $7 to be a member. It only costs $1. I would never charge $7. You kidding me? How bad is it gonna be in Tyler tomorrow? Oh wow, I didn't even realize that I still had the weather model screen up. Let me go ahead and look at that while we're at it. Let's change models here too. Okay. Alright. Let's go OOZ. Also, let's go ahead and do this too. So we'll let that load and we'll do this. Tyler is going to be, it looks like they're in an enhanced risk. Yep, you are in the enhanced risk. You are in the hatched risk, so there is a chance for tornadoes. This threat looks like it would be more of a thing earlier, maybe towards mid to maybe late afternoon. Oh, $7 with the subscription? I already have Weatherwise Plus. Oh, the issue I'm having is just performance. I don't know if my computer just doesn't like it or what, but I don't know. We'll get into that later. Your main threat tomorrow is mainly a tornado threat. You do have a chance of some larger hail as well. The timing in which you would be expecting these to arrive, Connor, if I could just get this to load quickly. Seems like it would be right around like somewhere between 3 and 5 Central Time. And these do linger later into the evening as well. Tornado threat, I would expect it to be earlier in the day. Then enjoy yourself, Torex. Go see the movie, man. There's nothing wrong with that. Like for example, I don't know how happy people might be about this, but after this severe sequence is over, through the middle of next week, like I said, I'm considering seeing Arch Enemy. because they just dropped a new album that sounds really good. I also get to see Fit for an Autopsy again. And maybe next month I might go see Trippy and play a marquee album that has been very influential to me as a musician. Along with another band that some of you may know in Bullet for My Valentine. So, I mean, I have a life outside of this too, you know? So, I mean, at some point I'm going to have to take a little bit of a break and slow down. Yeah, and I don't really treat myself much either. But Connor, if you're still here, by the way, I just wanted to make sure you heard me the first time. The timing in which the storms would kick in for your area would be somewhere between 3 and 5 central time, 5 o'clock central time, in the afternoon. Tornado threat, I would expect that to be earlier. There still might be a lingering threat as we get later into the evening. After that, I think your threat leans more towards hail and maybe a flooding threat. Then you may see one more chance of hail Saturday, and then after that, it's just a heavy rain threat from then onward until the storm moves out. Well, alright. Last chance for questions. Last chance for questions. I'll take a quick look. Make sure there's not any tornado warnings. Will Utah get a tornado? I wouldn't say so tomorrow, that's for sure. Odds anything will happen over towards Memphis before Sunday. For that one, I could actually ask the experts. I mean, you still have that. Well, I mean, there's still Saturday. Yes, severe weather looks like it's going to slow down after Monday. So we'll finally get a little bit of a break. Also, a little bit of a brief cool down. We're going to feel a little bit more towards average, if not maybe a little bit below. But yeah, this is what we're going to be dealing with in regards to our temperatures. This is what the outlook map's looking like. Classic case of a positive P&A setup where we're warm out towards the west and cold out towards the east. But it looks like towards the tail end of this, we're going to kind of switch back. Yeah, you're going to get what you want, Torex. I just don't think it's going to be anything of major significance. I mean, in regards to what your question was, Torex, with the weather, in regards to thunderstorms, you still have chances. And, well, with those mountains, you never know. You might get a crazy tornado or two. Yeah, I don't think anyone likes cold rain, truthfully. It's good weather to sleep in, but not much more than that. Alright, so alright, we got MX's question answered here. Christine. Jesus, I don't know how I botched that. Yeah, that lets you know I've been on here a minute. But yeah, you should know how Utah likes to behave in regards to weather. you'll have like a no thunderstorm risk, and then all of a sudden you'll get like a little quick spin up. So basically, you have to watch every thunderstorm over there. The mountains are the big wild card in all of that. Lake City, there were several. Lake City was probably the most notable one though, and then I think it was Selma in Tennessee. That was another one. But yeah, Lake City is the one that's been making all the headlines. So I think Selma is the deadly one, unfortunately. All right. All right, guys. I'm gonna get ready to call it a night here because I feel the fatigue setting in, and I gotta get ready for work tomorrow. Got one more shirt left, so I'm probably gonna need to do some laundry too. Yeah, Selmer was the deadly one. Wait till next time. I'll show you some. I'll show you some cool stuff next time. I really haven't even had a chance to really practice much. And see what I tell you, Torex. What did I tell you, Torex? I told you that Utah's on its own little thing. Didn't even have a thunderstorm forecasted for the state, even. But anyway, guys, I'm going to call it a night here. Isaiah, you were trying to keep me up, weren't you? Be honest. Yeah, you can send me a message on Discord, that's fine. But everybody, I'm going to bed. You all have a good night. Stay safe, take care of each other, and I will see you next time. All right.